All right, I got the comments popped out. That seemed to work pretty well last time. All right. So I did some tests on Sunday with sizing and spacing with this particular ramp, and uh, I can use this. I was stupid. I didn't realize I could take this piece of metal and just bend it a little bit and just kind of get this up like a quarter of an inch higher. So I can use this ramp on the design. So I'm going to use this ramp. Um, and then that means I need to redesign, this left ramp to work with it again. I don't need this weird little section here that had that kind of loop back thing. So I want to get that finished, taken care of. I then want to get mounting points for all the ramps. I want to get the dimples in, and just some final finishing. Hi, Peter. Just some final finishing points of this to hopefully CNC it tomorrow. I did just place an order today from Pinball Life, so to get the 3 flippers that I need and the disappearing post on this left side that I kind of want to get working. So I do need to make a hole for that and make sure that all lines up. So that's the goal for today. I figured it's going to take 2 to 3 hours to do this and get the playfield all set up. But, you know, that's the goal. That's the plan. Because I would like to do a stream on Sunday at my shop, assembling the thing and doing a first play test of it. I think I'll have like 4 or 5 people at my shop with me so they can all play test it as well and give me feedback on it because, focus group is always good. But that's kind of the plan right now. So let me just kind of manipulate a couple things on my other monitor for a minute so I can see what's going on. And then, yeah, I'll get started. So, as I said, I need to get rid of this thing, which also involves, I can hide. Well, I don't need this anymore, right? Because I don't need it. I can use the ramp that I originally wanted to use. And then I can show the left ramp. Okay, one thing I do want to do is, if I zoom in properly, on this ramp, I want to break this ramp into 2 pieces. This section, I want to be piece 1, and then this section down here, I want to be piece 2. And there's a reason for that. There's a couple reasons for that. The first reason is that'll allow me to adjust this section here based on where it's mounting down here and, attachment points over here, because I would like this flange here to attach onto this these guides here. So this thing right here, remember I made this bump out last time that I want to come up and have a little wing to have a piece of plastic to prevent the ball from flying off. Well, I'd really like that to be the mounting point for this ramp, which can also double as a reflector for the ball. And in doing that, also, if this section down here from like around here down is a second ramp, that'll also allow me to make sure this section is perfectly lined up with this left metal ramp, regardless of the adjustments I need to do with this lift section over here on the right. So that's one breakup I want to do. Another breakup I want to do, also eventually down here, I don't actually want this section down here to be a formed ramp. I was looking at what you might call it, Stern Avengers, not Infinity War, but the first Avengers, and I believe they used the plastics, the normal plastics as part of the ramps by putting like little pieces a little higher up just to guide the ball around on the left and right side, and I'd like to do that on this left side and probably on this right side as well, because plastics are naturally clear and the ramps I'm making are not. So that would be like the next build. That wouldn't be the build I want to do on Saturday. This Saturday I just want regular black ramps. I don't care if I can see through it. I just want to make sure the shots work. So that's that thought. Okay, so phase 1, I'm gonna get rid of this piece. Oh, I'm also gonna make this ramp kind of end where I want it, And this ramp, I'm gonna change it so it ends. Again, because this is the phase one build. Ultimately, I don't care if this ramp's gonna block some things. I just want to make sure it works when I make the build on Saturday. So go to this ramp. Let's not not hide. Stop that. Let's edit it. And let's get rid of that thing. Side piece over here. I don't need that anymore. I can get rid of this, and I can get rid of that, and I can pull this straight down to there. Oh, fine to that. And this can become vertical because it's not going to move around much. I'll pull this up a little bit, and I'll just kind of bring it over to this side now. So that means this the construction. Yeah, Transformers was another one. Yeah, I was gonna say Transformers, but I looked at what you call it, the Avengers first. Yeah, but I think they were both made by George Gomez, right? Which is why they have the similar type plastics. But yeah, no, it seems like a good solution to have some clear pieces without needing to make cleared formed ramps. And yeah, I'm just yesing this quickly just to get this kind of in. Obviously, whoa, that's not correct. And obviously, this right here needs to be, um, well, these need to be horizontal. There's that. Well, why do I see it? Do I have all my? Yeah, I have all my really. And this should be equal. That makes that nice and big. This up there. This. And again, this should be equal to this. That keeps that roughly on the size that I want. Now this guy up to about like yay. Oh, I don't want that whole thing. Oh, this is exactly where I want it. You want this. Oh, I don't want this to move either. I just want this, but you won't let me move it, will you? No, of course not. But you will if I do this. All right, so that's got to be S-curved a little bit kind of like that. Make this work. Um, Now right here is going to be a post. I should really put that post in. Yeah, I know you're going to complain. That doesn't exist anymore. I know. This doesn't exist. I know. You should just go up to there. I know this fillet doesn't exist anymore. These fillets have issues. Don't need that. And the shell also has a couple faces I don't need anymore. Okay, there's that. That gets me that ramp that comes right over to there-ish. Um, so now, like I said, I need to put in that up post. which I don't have an up post assembly per se, but I do have a bracket that's close enough that I can use. I know that up posts require 1/2 inch, and just to be clear on the up post that I got, pull it up. Or down post, I should say. So I got this down post. I've used this before. I know this has about, 3/4 inch above the playfield to stop the ball. But on top of that, I also got and the extended post that's in here. I don't know why they have all these damn ducks. They only need one duck listed. They don't need a duck for every bloody fucking. Not that post. It was back on. Yeah, this guy here, this extended post, because this extended post adds about 1 1/4 inches. I'm sorry, 1 3/4 inches to the height of it, which will then make this work well with the ramp position that I have. So that's the post I'm using. And again, I said I don't have the actual post per se, but I have something that's good enough. If I go to the right directory to get it, brackets, oil mounting, this guy. So the trick here is this will just barely kind of fit right here, which is kind of nice. I mean, in reality, I could probably pull this back a little bit more, but I might not need to. Let's see if this will fit. See if this will fit. So on the play field, I need a device hole, and it's going to be 1/2 inch. And I want this device hole to be like here. Yeah, so that just barely fits. I mean, if I wanted to, I could attach this hole over to this guy. I don't think I really need to do. I can pull it over a little bit more, so just to give a little bit more wood space. It probably needs to be more like here, because that has a rubber ring on it. Yeah, it's probably gonna be okay. And now I can mate these guys all together, and then find a good place to mount, or a good position to mount this thing. Hi Ed, how you doing tonight? There. Grab this. Mate that whole alignment with this. Okay, so now I can spin this around. Look on top again. Because this obviously can't mount that way, but maybe it can mount. Oof. Well, maybe it can't mount. I might need to actually move. No, that'll probably work. Setting up your game from Expo. Yeah, I got my games back and set up. Well, actually, only I brought one game, didn't I? I got that set up the day I got back at EMP. I still have Frozen is still packed up. I need to completely revamp that one. I have a new playfield I want to get on it in the next few months. Stop doing that. Okay, so this. Ah, geez, I think that's gonna be way too tight with the solenoid. Okay, I think I do need to move the ramp because this isn't gonna work. That's unfortunate, but that's why we do designs like this. So ideally, I want this more up this way, which obviously that's not going to work right now for a slew of reasons. You know, a couple of which will be choose up this section over here. Um, but if I move this device hold down to like here, so now that moves that there, and that fits in there pretty nicely. If I pull this and rotate this a little bit more, like actually, let's pull that a little further down. So now that fits in nestled just barely nicely right there, right? Um, but that also means it's not on the ramp anymore, so I need to adjust the ramp. Luckily, I can just adjust this thing here. Now, I do need to add an extra curve over here. So if I kind of split it here with the the oldie cut tool or trim tool, um, this is not. This is no out of there. This is no longer collinear. This is no linear. This is no longer. This is not fixed with this. Not fixed with. Okay, so this should. I should be able to pull this. Why can't I pull this? You're, yeah, you're vertical there. You're that. Ah, make this vertical. Pull you. Okay, why are you? Who are you attached to? Maybe I just need to flat out delete this. Get rid of any weird relations. My homebrew video homebrew. Never done a model of a game. Yeah, I always go right to CAD before I do any cuts or anything really these days. What is preventing this from moving? Get rid of that? No, that's equal. Just preventing this from allowing me to move this to the left. Okay, there's some weird relation going on in here that I can't find immediately. Um, so if I just kill you completely. Oh, this is still tangent with that. Oh, okay, I figured it out. So I don't need to get rid of all of those things. So this line is still tangent with this up here, which is not what I want. I want this to be tangent with this. And what about you? You are tangent with that. Okay, that's what I want. Now I can pull this. Yeah, but I need to make sure this are equal. Now I can pull this. Yeah, no. Really? Stay vertical. You buddy, stay vertical. Yeah, there we go. did you just attach yourself to? Christ's sake. Vertical. You here. You are. I know for a fact. And pull all these things down. This. Now let's make this horizontal again. Yeah, that's a bit better. Ooh. Oh yeah, and you're attached to that, which is why you won't. So you, I don't want as far over there. I want you more like here-ish. I want this kind of to stop the ball, but push the ball a little bit to the right-ish. And this up here. Oh, and okay. That takes care of that. I see it and see a ad. Make this construction, this construction, this up. What I really want is to mount onto here, but I don't think that's going to happen. So I think I'm mostly, well, actually, on this ramp here, this ramp on the right here, I do have, you know, this little mounting point here somewhere. So I can always use that as a mount point. And for sanity's sake, I'm going to put that in because I'm concerned that mounting point is going to clash with this stuff. But I'll do that shortly. For now, do a couple more of these tangenty things. That. Not a fan of this skimming around. Fix you. Right there. I do want you to pull down a little bit more, and I need this thing. Relations again, because they're in my way. Need this to be equal to this. Nope. It's fixed right there, buddy. Fix this right there. I can't do that. All right, I'm going to have to do it slightly differently. I'm going to need to make straight lines and then add fillets. Why does that give me a problem? First off, I don't want this. That's actually causing lots of issues. That actually might have been my issue. So hang on a second. Let's put those other things back in. Because, yeah, this is my issue here. Nose is itchy today. Oh, I see what's going on there. All right. Stupid wrong alignment. That goes. All right, now should be able to take this, fix that. This, that. This is not set to be horizontal. Fix this. Fix that. All right, now I'm gonna. Jesus, my hand is already acting up because I've been in front of the computer all day working software. Ow. All right, all right. To do this. Or something large. Large and obvious. Now, do my guidelines. Make sure everything stays equal size. These I'm going to have to make sure they're not horizontal. Eventually, first they will snap being horizontal, but I'm going to need to change that. I want you guys horizontal. You to be perpendicular to this. Why are you complaining about that? Someone has a relation it's not supposed to. Okay. Right, and then I can make sure all of these are why are you complaining about that? See, that's what I don't want. This and this need to be equal. All right, that set it into the direction I want. All right, so now this ramp kind of wiggles back over a little bit. And it goes into a spot where this up-down post can, stick. And back into the thing. So if I exit this, we're in good shape. Now, the other thing I want to do here, obviously it doesn't make sense for this to kind of wiggle around like this. This can just kind of come straight down. I can do this with a different sketch. First off, let's get rid of the shell for blaze for a second. This sketch can come from there. I guess that's straight vertical, isn't it? It would almost make sense for that to be more vertical like that. And then come diagonal into this. This. Fun. That's vertical, that's right there. This, I want it to be tangent off of this. That makes sense there. And this section can just kind of be filled in a little bit. What other section do I want filled in while I'm at it? Let's look at the flange for a second. Okay, this flange goes right perfectly over there. This flange goes right perfectly over there. That's fine. Yes, the flange up here. So, like I said, I want this to be a mount point over here somewhere, which means there should be a flange starting from here-ish, going straight across, and then down. Horizontal. And this should be tangent this. Okay, so that's a mounting point for that. On this other ramp, so if that's one mounting point piece, out there. And for funsies, I can always add 0.5, 0.25, something like that. Maybe 0.25 there. That's gonna be great anyways. Yeah. Features extrude up to surface. I want this to be up to this flange surface. And I want to add you attached to something outside. Oh, you're attached to this. Put off of that. All right, and then a fillet on the inside here because routers can't do sharp corners. I don't think I have any other sharp corners here. But this was supposed to add a fillet right of half an inch or a quarter of an inch through you. Now, the rest of these should just work. Good. Now I have mounting point. Now I have mounting points for this, which this whole ramp is going to probably come down a little bit because it doesn't need to be that high anymore. This whole jump section has a blocker at the top now that, it might be too high. I think it'll be fine. And I have a place to mount it on this left side of the playfield. Over there. Oh yeah. Now this ramp is also, if I measure from here, which is, the topmost part of the ramp that needs to be underneath that other metal ramp, to here, that's 2 7/8. So that is gonna be 1/8 too high. based on my measurements, because I believe with what I calculated on this, when I bent it up, if I use a 2-inch post right here on this thing, that gives me a, about like 2 and 15/16 inch space here. But then, you know, there's these little nubs on the bottom here, and I need a little more space. So I need to assume it's gonna 2 and 7/8 is like the minimum, so I really should make it 2 and 13/16. So this whole thing should come down from whatever it is now, 1.5 to 1 and 7/16. So, you know, just a little bit. And now it's guaranteed to fit underneath that ramp without a problem. So there's that. And that also means this whole flex has less flex. All right, right. That's the next thing I need to do. I need to add a little pad on the bottom of this ramp for the mounting point. I also need to cut out the mounting pads and the playfield for these things, which I totally forgot to do. So I will do those now. All right, so here, I want this to be like that. I'll give it a little extra space because why not? An eighth. Well, more. All right, and these are going to be 1/8 inch rounds. There. And then down here, same idea. Remember, this mounts up here more. So this, you're perpendicular. I don't want that. That you are on the ramp, which I don't want. I want you to. There are more that goes up. There are more this goes. Yeah, because it'll shift and kind of bend in a little bit. But this does need to pull out a little bit more there. That's probably good enough. I'll make it bigger just for sanity's sake so I don't have to worry about it later on. But this is probably good enough for this one. And again, 1/8 inch all the way around. Now, obviously, this is going to be way too long. Now, this can come down more like that. And that. No, this is going to be kind of a long form thing, so I don't know if I want to pull this in much. Okay, so there's the footprints there. That's good. Now these ramps need their lift points. So what I'm going to do for that, I'm going to open each ramp individually to work on it because it's just easier to work on it at the part level rather than the assembly level. So this is that one, yep. So basically what I'm going to do now is on the bottom, I'm going to do a tiny lift point. Because I'm going to put like a little kind of triangle piece on the bottom, so the ramp has its lift built into it, and it just makes it easier to mount. In the future, Gottlieb Games did this, and I'm getting in the habit of doing it too now. This would come about here, here, here. Make this 3/4. Okay, 1 inch is fine. Make this 0.75. Yeah, and then make it in the middle. For construction, normal. And I want to make this in the middle here. That. And this can be curved. Again, about 1/8 of an inch is fine. Here's extrude. This is really this isn't going to be much. Only maybe about 1/8 of an inch. Also, when I go to make this, I'm going to be sanding it way the hell down. Actually, that needs to be a little bit more. This needs to actually be 0.25 inches. All right, and then on the side of this, sketch diagonal. But I shouldn't be a dingus about this. Make sure I'm looking at it properly. And extrude cut. I'm doing extrude cut. No, 1.5. Oh, this was only 1 inch, wasn't it? And I'm a dumb. I should do these things under here. This. Right, and I also need to add some fillets in here. So this fillet, that's not the fillet I'm looking for. This fillet is going to be this fillet all the way around. And then this fillet is going to be this fillet all the way around. I can't do it that way. That's right. I need to do it the other way around. Okay, so this fillet needs to go away. So first, I need to do this fillet. Why won't you do this fillet? I know 3/16 is fine. Like that for. All right. All right, then let's do this fillet again. Then let's do first pass this fillet, not propagate. What is your problem? This fillet should be fine. All right. Do I need to literally do it in a different atomic operation? Don't want to propagate. I literally need to do it in a separate operation. All right. Okay. And then geld. All right, that adds that little bump down. And then I need a through hole on here. Middle straight up. And it's going to be this guy. Going to be 3/8, which is too far up. Ow. It's going to be 0.25. I don't like that. It's going to be 5/16. That's better. And then this is going to be 3/16. Extrude cut through all. Okay, so that's our mounting point on this thing. So when it's mounted, it's going to be attached like that. That's really steep. I think that's too steep. I honestly think that's too steep. So let's change this extrude from 1/4 to 3/16. And this does not like that. All right, let's fix these. So this, unfortunately, might be a little incorrect. I make this 1/8. Yeah, that simplifies it a little bit. It might just need to stay 1/8, which is not necessarily fully right, but you know, it is what it is. But that also doesn't make it lift up nearly as much. Because now when that's flat, going up more like that, which is more acceptable for what I want to do. So we'll see. I'll see what it looks like for realsies. But anyways, there's that. And then I got to do the similar thing on this other ramp. Here to here, here, here. Out a little bit more. And this needs to be in the middle. The 5. This 5. Down a little bit like these two things should be equal. Yeah. I'll add that 1/8 inch fillet. You're all fucked up. Get out of there. Get out of there. This and this. This and this. These need to be. They're not parallel. Right? Right. It has to be those vertices. this vertex to this vertex. 7, 5. Excuse me, I said you fix right there. Really? Like that. Okay. I suppose screwed be 3/16. This is a little more difficult because one side is actually a little bigger than the other. I'm not a fan of that. I'm actually going to do this maybe a little different this time. Screw cut 1 inch, but I need to follow along this line. So it's a little Mickey Mouse here. But I can kind of fix that with another fillet here. Or 0.5. So yeah, that's good enough. Good enough to get the point across. And again, I was dumb because this needs to go up here. Here. This needs to go here. And this fillet here. Here. And other atomic operation fillet. Not propagate these. Here we go. Like that. And gives me that little bump out. Again, it's not perfect, but it's as good as it's going to get. Based on what it needs to be. Probably good enough. And actually, it can be better. I think I figured out how I can make it a little better by extending that a little bit more. Bending scope. Yeah, by extending it a little bit more. Pull this. Why can't I pull you out? Oh, because that is fixed. That is correct. Unfix this. Theory. Pull this. That. Fix this again. Make this make more sense. Right, and that's a more gradual. Come on, let me grab the piece I want to grab. Let me grab the fucking. Are you kidding me? Ow. That's not broken. Okay. I don't know why it wouldn't let me just grab that one thing. Goes again. I don't want to grab that piece. I want to grab whatever. Yeah, I mean it'll be good enough. Now I need to add the hole. My arm is really acting up today. Like, what the hell is going on? Alright, add. That's in sketch mode. Go from here to like there. Can't be perpendicular this time. Gotta kind of eyeball it a little bit. There's 3. This is 3/8 will work. And there is. Oh, I know what I can do. This. Have a midpoint here. Oh, I don't really have. Wait, never mind. I was thinking if I had a midpoint there, I could attach it and then collinear it, but not so much. Okay. Crude cut. Through all. Alright, so there's that hole. Okay, so that bends down, that does that. Back to the playfield. Now, poof, that has a hole. That hole technically is going to go into this thing. Like here-ish. Yeah, this is going to be a little difficult to eyeball. Actually, I can probably move the ramps. Make it easier to figure out. This and this are both going to be 1/4 inch because they're going to have a T-nut under them. Can I move the footprint up? I cannot, because of course I can't. Probably dependent on device holes somewhere. Okay. So what I can do, though, at least for the time being, like, for instance, I know, or actually I can create a lineup hole. Well, no, I know this is gonna where this is gonna be. So I can take this and realign this be in here. That's where it's gonna end up. And now with device holes, I can come down here. I can then pull this. Be like, yeah, no, it goes like right there. And I can take this, pull it back down and over where it's supposed to be. Is like there and like there and like there. Yeah. So you can see where the bend kind of goes in this case. And honestly, I think that far up, that needs to come down ever so slightly. Yeah, fine, I'll put you there. Okay, so there's that one. This one, I need to. Now I can fix this ramp again. I need to float this ramp. Yeah, so this goes to the edge there. Pull this down here. Actually, when I pull this ramp down, it's going to be... Oh, that's about right. That's about right. I don't need to worry about that one. Good enough. All right, so now ramp footprints have holes. Ramps have holes. I don't have any dimples. Fix that. Sure. And this ramp doesn't have any mounting points on it. Actually, device holes. Add another T-nut right here. Never made this T-nut size. Alright, so a T-nut goes there to mount that thing. A T-nut should go there. This size. Cool. So that's 2 nuts. Now over here, I'm gonna adjust this section of the ramp. I'm gonna come across here and I'm gonna mount it to this, at least for just the time being. Not the ramp I want. Go away. I want this ramp. Okay, you are fixed. You pull up. Yeah, see how that's going to be a little bit of a problem? Get rid of that. This is not tangent up. Why is that changing the... This should be collinear with this. Pull this up. That does that. They're still parallel with that. I don't want that. I do want this to be equal to this, though. That'll fix some of that. This also needs to be equal to that. I'll fix that wonkiness. Oh. Gonna come across here. This. Come on. Merge. Stay horizontal. This is tangent. On you. Cross. Down. Okay. This is tangent to this. And let's fillet these so I can at least get something in there. Not coinciding to that. Horizontal. This is horizontal. Okay, so now the flange I'm gonna have is gonna go right past this thing, which is pretty much what I want. That way I can mount the ramp on that post. can see it's going to go right past that. Okay. Now, obviously, these ramps are not ideal because when you're looking at the thing, you can't see the ball in the orbits if it bricks the orbits, or the target. You can't really see the target over here very easily. This is why I want to make them clear in this sections using the whatchamacallit, the plastics and the little guides on the plastics. But again, for the first pass of this, I don't care about that. I just want to make sure it works. Now, the one thing I'm not too happy about is the detail here, because that's going to make making this ramp a little more complex when I form it. The other thing I want to double check is the actual length of these things. This ramp might be too long for my machine, at least. It might be too long for my machine. So this is going to go from basically here all the way down to here. That is 30 inches. I can do it. I can do it. Can I do it? Okay, so here's the other thing too. I don't want to do 2 poles for these ramps. And as of right now, it's going to be 2 poles. I'm not a fan of that. Largely because of this. So I did say I wanted to chop this one in half. So I am going to chop it in half. And the easiest way to do that is if I close this, then take this, I clone it, in my Explorer over here, and I name one of them inner loop A, and the other one inner loop B. Now when I reopen this, I'm going to say, oh, I can't find inner loop. So when I go to search for it, yeah, this is going to be inner loop A. Now I can show it back there. So now inner loop A is going to stop right here, I think. Let's edit this. And, well, I need a mount point here, so it's going to, yeah, okay. So if I create a sketch, create a big ass fucking thing like here. This over across. So basically, I'm going to chop this section off here. I don't want this section in. Extrude cut through all. Okay, so now that section's gone. That's not really ideal either, because now that's chopping this in a weird way. So hang on a second. This section up here really not be vertical. This should be perpendicular to this. Around there. Yeah, so it's going to have to be like that. Then I want the other section of the ramp to be underneath it and a little wider so it sits in there. Hi, Jake. How are you doing? Okay, so that takes care of this. What device hole is this bitching about? There should be no dependency on. I'm not sure what device hole that's complaining about. Can you show me all the relations? Oh, that? Why are you complaining about that? Just stay there. Okay. All right. So there was some weird dependency that happens. Okay. So now that I did that piece of the ramp, now I'd bring in the part B, which is the same thing, and this is going to be mated offset one, what is it, one in 7/16, 1/7/16. All right, and then this also needs here to line up the way it's supposed to line up there. And this also should line up with this as best I can, because they're basically going to be perfect right there. Up more like, okay, and then this line up down here should so that lines up with the ramp here, and this lines up with that. Okay, so that's this piece. Now this piece, fix this, and do the same thing. I'm going to chop out the section that I don't want. Be up here. Good to use that. Are you in ramp B? Yeah, you're in ramp B. Want this to sketch point. Okay. I want this to chop out all of this stuff over here. And I will fix that undesired relation there. There we go. Okay, so now this section is going to be pulled out. I'd like a little bit more space here, so I'm going to pull this. Well, first off, I do need to make this perpendicular with this, just like I did with the other ramp. I'm going to pull this up because I want this to be enough space for this top ramp to kind of sit in and not have too much of a problem. There's extrude cut. All. Why is there two bodies? There should not be two bodies. What happened here? Oh, I see what happened. Come on, let me edit the sketch. Don't want there to be two bodies, so that comes down. Now, features extrude cut, all of it. Bodies anymore. And the last thing I need to do is widen this entrance ramp a little bit. This entrance ramp should become, and I can do this here. This is going to stay fixed. I'm going to put a vertex here. Make sure this vertex fixed. I'm going to unequal this from everything else. I'm going to Unfix this. Unfix this, because technically I don't care what those are doing. I'm going to fix this. So for this to work, I think actually this needs to go away. But I can fix that. This fix, is that what it... What is that part? That part? No, okay. So now this here, I want to be... so it's currently 1.5. I want it to be 1.75. Whoa, why'd you do that? Who else has a stupid relation? Will you let me... No, you're not letting me pull that. Okay, then I need to fix the this vertex. I said, undo that. I want to fix this vertex. Oh, what if I get rid of that? Oh, it won't let me move it. Okay, that lets me move it. Okay. Now I want this to be 1.75 wide. No, this is doing something else. This is midpoint. Get rid of both of these. It's still complaining. Why are you complaining about... Oh, it's saying this because this is attached to something. No, good. Stop attaching to something. Okay. 1.75. What the hell? This needs to be midpoint for this. This needs to be that alignment. Seven five. Um. All right. What the hell? Oh, was that the problem? Okay. I want to be able to slide this up. That does all kinds of weird things that way. Oh, is it because I... Probably because I have that. No. Five. Oh, I have an idea. No, that's gonna fix it. I want that wider. Ah, for Christ's sake. Fucking stupid. Well, you deaf. Why are you both going down there? You stay there. All right. Well, here's the problem. Gotta be because of some relation over here. Ah, this is all part of the fun, trying to figure out why some of these things don't want to work right. Because there's technically And fix that. That pulls it. I don't want that pulling that way. I want this to stay this. I want this to stay like this. This is not fixed. This is not fixed. All right, I'm gonna have to recreate these because I honestly don't know why that's not letting me expand this. Stay perpendicular. I don't know. Every once in a while, this program has some weirdnesses. This or to stay fixed. This needs to stay fixed. Now I can. Oh, not that way. 1.75. Yeah, I mean that's what I was looking to do. I don't know why it was complaining going the other way. Now if I make this tangent here, it'd be fine. And if I make this tangent here, yeah, and that's fine. So I mean that's what I was trying to do. I don't know why it wasn't letting me do it previously. But anyways, so that's that. Of course, I was going to complain about a fillet. What fillet do you not like? Don't you like those fillets? Oh, because it's all part of the same thing? Cool. Why don't you like those fillets? Hang on. First off, isolate this. I'm getting tired of all these other things getting in the way. Okay, somewhere along here, it doesn't like a tangent somewhere. Even though I see no reason why it shouldn't. Put the radius on. See if there's some weird draw. For fuck's sake, fuck off. The only thing I changed over here was this. I don't see anything odd about it. Delete that. I don't. Yeah, I don't see anything weird about this particular fillet. All right. Don't like that. Don't you like that? This is very peculiar. So it's this intersection it doesn't like. No, it's not. Yeah, okay, it works fine this way. I don't know. Okay. Well, anyways. The one other thing to take care of, this little curl up I don't want anymore. And that was a aftermath of making that little spot here. So if I edit this, I technically don't need any of this upper section. Why are you complaining to me about the fillet again? Oh, right, because that fillet doesn't exist. Because that was part of the... Right, that's not the fillet I was having problems. Okay, the other thing I don't need, technically, is this. For this. Those are part of that other section of ramp. I don't need the cut extrude there. So that takes care of all that, which is good. Okay, so now if I exit isolate, this should be nice and nestled in there. And it is. So one, do not rotate that. One problem is they're at the same height, which obviously can't work. I need to raise part A. Throw this into. I need to raise part A. Oh wait, why is this? Oh, for fuck's sake! I'll check that curve out in a second. Ramps. A needs to unfix. It needs to raise up an eighth of an inch because that's the thickness of this metal. So two. Really? No, not. What? Oh. No, that was the right ramp. I want the left ramp. This one. Needs to go up 2/16, so that's to 9/16. And now that will sit right perfectly on top of that. Now let's see why the fuck that other fillet didn't work. Oh, because it disappeared. Well, that explains why it didn't work. Create another fillet of 1/16. Put that in here where it's supposed to. No. That really? Let me select the fucking thing, you dipshit. Yes, thank you. Alright, now I have the ramp properly defined. And it all fits nice, hunky-dory. And this also means I have a good mount point for this ramp right here. If I go back to device holes, this goes here. This goes like here. These are both the 1/4 inch because they got T-nuts under there. Stop having all the relations. So I should throw in some posts now, so I know what size posts I need. Now one thing that I am gonna do with this too is I should extend, or I should widen this flange here. That way I can do some screws right in here to help keep the two ramps together. So yeah, by having this as wide as I do, I have some play to fit this main ramp where I want it to be. Which is good. Now, I wonder. Oh, I mean, that can bend a little bit. That's fine. That should be fine. Okay, so what's the height here? From this to this is 2 and no, I'm sorry. Yeah, is 2 and 11/16. That's kind of a shit height. 10/16, and that would be 5/8. Well, if I have two washers, then that'll be fine. So I'm going to assume it's 5/8 with washers. Do I not have a 2 and 5/8? I don't have 2 and 5/8. Okay, here's another option I'm going to experiment with. If I take a plastic post, and I take a stud post, eight. All right, let's see how high. Where the hell did it go? There it is. Oh, and here, let's make that with one of these holes. Now let's see how high. Let's measure the distance between top of that post and the bottom of this thing here to here. Come on. Really? That's 1.4 inches. So that's 1 3/8. Add a washer that's 1 3/8, or add the plastics actually, because there's a plastics under here technically. That's 1 3/8. So I think I have a 1 3/8 632 post and off 632. Post standoff 6. I 1 inch. I do not, but I can make one. All right, let's take the one and that's 832. That's the 632. Yeah, that's this is gonna be 632. This is needs to be 1 3/8 as 632 1 3/8 632. Let's get a part number for this thing. That doesn't. Um, but the page isn't working. All right. Half, quarter, 5/8, 1/8, 7/8, 1 3/8. Here we go. Here's the part number. $32. The name not valid. Oh, 1 in 3/7. Okay. Now back to the. Okay, now that I have the 1 3/8, I can bring you into where? Really? Eights. 1 3/8. And I do need a couple more plastic. This one. And pinball part, metal. One. Get all these things. I don't know. I'll deal with that later. Probably next. Okay. This with this. This. This with this. This with this. This. Oh, not that yet. This with this. Okay, okay, you're bitching at me. Hold on. This with this. This with this. Stop that. This one with. All right, those are all made. So what is this mate that it's? Why are you complaining? Like, really? I don't know. All right, whatever. It's fixed anyway, so I don't care. Okay, so those are all positioned. You can see it's basically the right height. I do need to reposition it a little bit because it's a little bit not correct on one side. Though in reality, I probably just need to make the flange a little bit bigger. What? Wait, what? That's not mated properly. No wonder. Stud post is fine. Needs to be concentric. Okay, there we go. That's better. All right, so now that's where those get mounted. The difference with the other end of this is actually there's not a whole hell of a lot of differences there because this has the same post here. Yeah, so that can be mounted right there. And on this side, see how high is this? Actually, this is wrong. Hang on. I do know for a fact those wood borders are not the right height. So let's get that taken care of. In lane. This is not supposed to be like that. Not 1 and yeah. It should be 1 1/8. If I remember correctly. 1 1/8. I'm actually going to pull up a reference of one of my other games for a second, just to make sure I'm doing this right. So if I go to this one, 9. So it's slightly different, but it'll give me a good enough idea. One and a quarter. All right, should be 1 1/4. So either way, it was still too big. So let's make all these 1 1/4. Then I can actually do some real measurements for posts. And no, I don't know why I made these as sweeps back in the day. Some of the earlier parts that I made, but oh well, it works. All right, so that all means so that should bump down a little bit. Yep, that's good. Now, if I look at this horizontally, the height of this, actually, let's look through it. Yeah, see how the height of this thing now kisses the top of the posts? If I go over a little bit to have some posts. Yeah, so the posts up here are now high enough so the plastic can kind of go across onto the wood borders over on the sides. This is the top of the post. This is the wood border. This is the top of the wood border. This is the top of the post right here. So that's close enough. I mean, it probably should be 1 5/16, but I don't want to deal with that because that'll also make it align with this post, this tall post, the thin posts, but it'll be way too high for these posts because remember, this is the wood border right here. This is the top of the wood border. So it kind of needs to be somewhat in the middle. So 1 1/4 is typically what I use, as you saw with the other game. So now I can measure from here to here, and that's 1 7/16. So 1 6/16. Really, one. Yeah, okay. So it would be 1 6/16 or 1 3/8. So it's still 1 3/8 all over the place on this particular thing, which is important and good and easy, and it makes buying parts easy. So what I can do over here, with not that. First off, I need another one of these. I'm gonna need standoffs. I'm gonna need 3 of these. And then there's a bracket that I need that is X spacer. Here we go. So I need 2 of these. So this, get out of there. Okay, mate, not pattern. Mate this with this, then mate. I guess I gotta zoom in a little bit for this. Mate this, not that, not that. This, this, good. Now mate this with this, good, and mate this with this, good. Then we're gonna mate this with this and this, this, this with one of our whatchamacallit posts, slingshot posts over here. See where that went. There it is. It's over there. It's got to go the other way. Get this mated in here. All right, now I need to mate these things, which I'm going to pull over here, onto the side rail, which is the whole point of putting this, making the side rail the right height. Okay, but that's obviously not the alignment I want. I'm going to align these. Don't do that. I'm going to align these with the side of the side rail. Make you parallel to this. Do it the other way. Okay, and I'm doing it parallel because if you, as you can see, if I just do it one side, then it will be offset from the middle, and I kind of want to align it to the middle of things. And then once I get it aligned into the middle, I'll fix it. So this. Oh my god, did you really? Dude, I said parallel. I want fucking parallel. Thank you. Okay, so this can go roughly here. And this one comes down. See that? This isn't fully ideal, but it'll be good enough. I am, because of how close these two screws are, I'm not a big fan of that, but it'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. So the mounting bracket is going to be fixed. Mounting bracket is fixed. Okay, so now I have the baser mounting brackets and everything for this ramp. It kisses right along the side of the ramp because of how our heights are. And no, it's not perfect because it's gonna fluctuate by like a 64th to 32nd of an inch, but who cares? It's close enough. You can have a little bit of slop like that on a game. So this ramp is mounted in 4 spots, which is more than enough for it. This ramp right here is mounted down here, and it's gonna be bound actually on these 2 spots. So that's plenty. Yeah, I'll bind it on this too. It'll be bound on this. This ramp now I need to add similar provisions. Now, the one question I have for myself, it does need to be higher because of the in-lane, not the in-lane, the plunger lane here with the little ramp section, which I actually need to put in the little ramp section here also today and fix this. Oh, I should just finally get rid of those fucking border holes that I'm not using. That's under this under border holes. I'm not using any of those. They should all be for construction. I'm not using this one. Well, I'm gonna move that one. So that got rid of those. This one I do need to move down. But right now, is this a line? Yeah, it's a line. So I can break that alignment and I can just pull this down to like here. There is gonna be a decision made soon with how this lift ramp or with how this entry ramp works. And I was thinking about it, and I think I know how I want it to work. Okay, so that takes care of all those holes. Obviously, the hole can't be down here because of the device that's underneath. Actually, that device isn't gonna exist in this game, is it? No, so I can get rid of that. Okay, so let me explain. These 3 holes here are for an auto plunger that allows for the flipper to go in. It specifically is this thing, and I'll pull it up. Or auto shooter, technically called. Auto. Oh, I forgot to get the ramp position. Oh well, shit. There's a couple things I forgot to buy from Pinball. I thought I can make it work. Auto shooter. All right, this one right here. So those 3 holes are the 3 holes here, A, B, and C. But I'm not going to use that with this game because firstly, it's $74, and if you go to get a plunger, um, it's another $30 if I go with Stern or about the same with Williams, I think. Oh, okay, $20 a million. Either way, go call it $20, right? So altogether, that's like $100 just for the bloody shooter link. I'm not doing that. I have a BOM limit that I need to hit, so that ain't happening. Instead, I'm using the this auto fire assembly, which was used in some later Williams games, and that does not allow for a plunger. It just has a button that you press. But who cares? For this game, if you hold down the left flipper button and you press the button, it'll do a soft plunge to let it roll down here. If you just do a normal button hit plunge, it'll shoot all the way around to this flipper, but you get a skill shot in this loop around the ramp. So I mean, it's who cares? But that means I don't need these three things. These are under arch holes, I think. No. Well, I can modify this. So these under arch holes are, I mean, this is technically wrong. Um, Actually, I'll align that in a minute. I'll get out of there. It is considered trough holes. Okay. So these I don't need. I'm not going to get rid of them in case I decide in the future I want them. So I'm going to make them for construction. And then, of course, the top T-nuts are going to complain. And I'm just going to make these for construction as well. Actually, no, I need to get rid of all of them because it can't find the spots. Anyways. And that doesn't screw up any more top T-nuts, does it? No. Okay, so now that stuff is gone. So now I need to put in that shooter lane. Or that shooter assembly to make sure everything's lined up. Because I think it's supposed to be shifted over a little bit, but I could be wrong. And that assembly is this guy right here. And that's this guy right here. So he gets mounted, not moved. He gets mate on bottom for one. And then in the top mounty peanut holes here and here. So let's check this alignment out. And all right, well, it's aligned perfectly in the middle, so I'm not gonna move those. They're fine. That just means the yeah, that I mean it's in the right spot, so I'm not gonna touch them. Through it. That's those bottom ones. These top mounted ones with the T nuts on the bottom are for the hangers, which is not that. Where is it? Insert select. Where are my hangers? I thought they were in brackets. Oh, it is. All right, here's the right hanger and left hanger. Here are those. They're mounted into those holes. Here and here. Here and here. And likewise on this side. Don't want to mount it. Okay. Oh yeah, those hangers are like that. I guess that's fine. Yeah, that all kind of comes up against the thing. Yeah, yeah, I guess that's fine. I probably was supposed to. Anyways, so using this plunger saves me $70 basically, which is why I'm using this particular auto shooter. So on this side, so the thing I wanted to determine is I almost want. Well, first off, I do need to split this into two pieces. Like I said, for simplicity forming the thing, I don't really want to do long, weird ramps. It just makes it difficult. It's difficult to fit on my former all at once. A, and B, if anything goes wrong, then like the whole ramp is kind of foobarred. So I'm gonna figure out a good way to split this ramp up too. And I really kind of want it like this complex section that actually hold on. I'm gonna do a little something first, kind of like new assembly. So this is a little premature, but I want to do it anyways. Up. Essentially, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my forming machines area here, which is uh 26. I'm sorry, 32 32 inches by 26 inches. This is in millimeters, so I need to fix this. All right, now let's grab those ramps. So part A. Part A. Part B. And this one. So like you can see this one if I rotate. First, let's 8. We up, up, up. Oh no, up, up, up. Okay, so now this way I'll be able to rotate these things. So it like if I go horizontal like this is just barely gonna make it on my machine. I don't know if I'm a big fan of this. Yeah, I don't know if I like this. I don't like this. So if I broke this piece up by like one more section, like here somewhere. So I had this long hockey stick and then this small piece. I could shuffle it around a little bit nicer so it doesn't go nearly to the edge of the machine, for one, and for two, it'll give me a little bit more forming space that I currently don't have here. Because I don't want this. I don't want it up like this, I don't think. Yeah, I mean that doesn't fit either. Yeah, so I gotta trim that in half. It'll be way too tight for my liking otherwise. So I'm gonna make, so this is already named part A, so I can make a part B. But before I do that, actually, yeah, I'll save this file. Save. This will be design CNC ramps ramp layout. Yeah. So I don't like this. Let's pull this back down. All right. So if I split that thing in half, but first I am gonna make some changes to it because I think, I mean, I can lower the whole thing down and still use the 5/8 or 1 3/8 inch uh, standoffs if I don't go over the plunger lane. And again, eventually it's gonna go on clear plastic, so I might be able to get away with this. Maybe. I'm gonna edit this and see if I can meander this a little bit. So again, in the prototype, it's gonna cover more of the lane than I want it to, but I, at the end, this is all gonna be like clearish plastic. So to do this well, I think, again, I'm gonna need to chop this. And I'm going to need to make sure these things are not invalidly associated with things. Don't want collinear with this. I don't want coincident. Okay. Um, this also can't be collinear with this anymore. And this is going to need to stay fixed. This, how am I going to do this? That's right, that shouldn't stay fixed. This whole thing, oh boy. Um, this whole thing needs to go away. All right, fuck it. We undo that. Let's fix that. Now let's get rid of all of this. This distance needs to be 1/2. That way it stays that way. This needs to come up. Well, this does need to stay perpendicular to this. So now I don't have a mounting point there, but I can put a mounting point on this. Theoretically. Maybe. Depending on how things work out. So we'll see. This section here, let's more construction that, and let's make sure this stays the width I want it to be. Alright, so now this needs to come out here and down. This out to here, like that. I don't want to do that. I'm actually going to tangent this right off the bat. That'll just make my life easier there. Okay, and now this is going to be tangent on this. This is going to be tangent on this. This is going to be perpendicular. That. These are going to be, so this can be perpendicular to this also. Why? Alright, well then, be parallel to this. What is your problem? No, I want you to be... Fuck off. I want you to be parallel. Don't bullshit me. I know that can be parallel, and I know this be perpendicular. That's how that works. Well, and likewise down here, I need a little bit of a curve. Go up. Vertical and tangent. The vertical tangent. These need to be horizontal. Why are you not liking this? There's nothing out. There's nothing wrong with this. I don't understand why it's not liking this. 1.5. That will guarantee that it's horizontal. It can very clearly do that. It doesn't want to. It can very obviously do that. And this right into here. Where you are tangent. You are tangent. Good. Trimmed. These can get how would I make this? Ooh, that's way too big. I said 0.5. All right, hang on. You get off of that. You need to be 1.5 and stay 1.5. Okay, thank you. So 3/8, what this should be? 4. Make this one 3/8. Make this one 0.5. Perpendicular. Thank you. Stay like that. Don't move. Okay, now this inches is no. Horizontal. This needs to be perpendicular, you dipshit. Why don't you like that? Why don't you like that? Stay fixed right there. This one, horizontal. Christ almighty. Okay, so now that shimmies over a little bit away from this drop. And what I really want to do is pull this whole thing up a bit more. Maybe like that, because that has plenty of space for this to drop down now. Or at least it seems like it. And this is plenty high out of the way of this. I mean, it won't look like it when I unsketch this and make it look normal, but it will be plenty high enough. And for sure now, I really kind of want to cut it here, but I have no good mounting point there. I got a mounting point. Yeah, but that's not long enough. Or that's not short enough. What's a good Because I'd love to split this either right here or right here. But neither of those have a good place for mounting anything. Well, I suppose... Well, that's a pain in the ass. I suppose I could pull this in more and curve it out. That's a little bit of a pain in the ass, though, isn't it? Okay, well, actually, in reality, this ramp is going to be shifted over a little bit, right? So I could... No, it's not going to be shifted over that much. I could have a mount point here and a mount point here. And then this part is a shared point. That's not even the right width. Oh, leave a drive in. Why are you bitching? No. 0.5. Leave a driving. Why are you complaining about this? I don't understand. That radius set to 1. That's fixed. That's ½ inch. And why is that changeable? Oh, because this isn't tangent. Okay. All right, I understand. All right, yeah, all right, so I can hang this here. I can hang this here. I can hang this here. I can't, Very, very inconvenient. I hang this here and here. All right, that's what's gonna happen. Okay, so I'll put a mounting post here. I'll put a mounting post over here. And then I'll widen this section just a tickle. Then that'll split this up, and that'll split that up. Again, it's not ideal. But it's better than nothing. Okay, so now this ramp does need to move down to the same distance as that other one, which was one. What was it? 1 and 9/16. Okay, so that's for the back one. The front one, yeah, so that's for part A. Yeah, and you can see it's clashing right here. But in reality, that's not going to be the case because this ramp is going to be a lot lower coming up, right? But that's okay. That's perfectly okay. Put a post there. Put a post right there. All right, what I need to do now is copy pasta this to make a ramp B. This ramp B needs to come in. It needs to be lower. Eighth of an inch lower. So that was 1 and 9/8, so 7. 1 and 7/16. Get this to line up basically exactly ish. Fix that. Okay, so let's go to ramp A, or no, let's isolate B. And this is gonna split like right here. Okay, and now this section here, I get to do the fun annoyance here. So this is gonna be fixed. This is gonna be fixed. This is gonna be unfixed. This needs to become 1.75. Please do it properly. Oh my god, you did it properly. Kinda. This needs to be perpendicular. This needs to fix. This needs to be perpendicular. Needs to fix. What is your malfunction? Hold on 1 second. Right, that has to be like that. Okay. 1 3/4. I want you to remain like this. 1 3/4. Nope. I want you to remain here. 1 3/4. That's what I was looking for. Okay. I don't really care what happened up there. All right. So that spread that open ever so slightly. And then this other one, part A. No, not that part A. This part A. Thing down here can go away. And there we go. These two are now, well, they'll be hunky-dory in a minute. What does this mean? 1 9/16. Oh, I made it the wrong thing. Okay, so now they should just fit in fine. Yep, they just fit in fine. And again, I'm going to put 2 screws in right there. I'll have a mount point right here, mount point right there. I should put those in. And then that's largely what I need to do with this to make it at least first playable. That's a lie. I need a mount point here. What does the look like? Yeah, I need a mount point right here for this ramp. Help bind that. And then the mount point over here. That's part of a dimple. The actual mount point is here. And on this ramp, I'm going to need that mount point. And that mount point. Those 2 mount points will probably be technically it needs to be an 1/8 inch higher, but I can put a washer on that, and then it'll be fine. And it'll just bump it up, or 2 washers, and it'll bump it up a little bit. We're getting there. Okay, I'll do those. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mounting points. Then I'm gonna do the dimples. Then I'm gonna look to see what the playfield looks like. So maybe in 20 minutes, I'll have a better idea of the playfield. The backboard still needs to have something cut out. All right, device holes. Put one here, one over here, one over here. Those 3. Sorry about the buzzing. People are talking a lot right now. Those are all equal. And a little bit here. That's fine over there. And on this side, this needs to be like about here. Because that's, again, going to be shifted over a little bit when it bends down. And then there's going to be one right there. Okay, so I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of almost everything. So 1, 2, 3, 4 plastic posts, handoffs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 standoffs. Metal stud posts. 1, 2, 3, 4, and brackets. Here it is. Hex standoff 1. All right, now we made everything. And this is one of the more tedious parts because, I mean, there's no quick way to do this when you have all individual parts. I guess in theory, I could make an assembly of this one post and then just bring that one post assembly in everywhere. That could expedite it a little bit. Um, sure. But I've already done this with individual parts up to this point. So, I mean, sunken cost fallacy. Maybe I'll optimize and do that next time. I mean, technically, I should see patterns now on ramp heights and post heights and standoffs and everything. And technically, I should have some standardized assemblies for this kind of thing already made. I don't, obviously, so well, that's going to be annoying. Ow. With this one. Nope. Alright, you're just going to be a pain in the ass. Getting tired clicking the wrong buttons. The wrong buttons. The wrong buttons. Can't even speak anymore. No, stop that. Oh. And my arm is really beginning to hurt. It was fine for a little bit. I am listening to music while I do this. It's unfortunate I probably can't let you all hear the music too, but it's like Japanese J-pop piano music stuff. It's very pleasant, like acoustic piano stuff. All right. Okay, edit. Don't do that. Be fine there. Be careful with that one because it's so close to the border mounting hole. I could potentially move the border mounting hole a little bit if it really becomes problematic. But for the time being, I'm not going to. Those are all those pieces. And this is getting a little bit of a pain in the butt, so I'm going to reorganize some of these things. Also need to make sure these spacers are fixed, so those things don't. Okay, so the hangers and the auto plunger are quote unquote devices. The 632 stud posts are all metal posts. The thin plastic posts are obviously plastic posts. Foil mounting bracket is technically a device. Thin plastic post, stud post, then standoff. Do I have? No, these can all go in standoffs. I'll rename that to post standoffs. Okay, that cleans that up. So that has mounting spots for all these things, and again, these are a little offset. These are offset by 1/8 of an inch. I can always just put like a couple washers right there to fix that. That's not a big deal. I'm not going to define where the ramps mount right now on the ramps themselves. I'm going to figure that out kind of as I go when I put the ramps on, because it won't be exactly perfect the first time I do this. All right, so there are two ramps I'm still missing. The entry ramp and the little jump ramp over here. But I do want to do the dimples because I've delayed that too much. So I'm gonna hide all the ramps so I can see what I'm doing. These in ramps? No, I can't. That's. I wish I could put sketches in folders. Okay, so dimples top. Got a lot of dimples to add in right now. Usually I do the dimples as I go. I didn't do it this time. And again, I'm making these huge just so I can select them all easier later on. Not necessarily because I want them big. Obviously, I don't want the dimples big like this. And yes, there is this section of rail I do need to fix now that I have the actual ramp in there. And I can do that later. The dimple itself isn't going to change though. Just the rail is going to change. Set this. Oh, I don't want it to be. I set this to 0.5. Nope, I'm not going to do that because then I can't select it. I set this to 1. That way I can select it later on, and I'll go and resize it again shortly. There's still a lot more dimples I need to make. Not there. I know this is cut into the wood a little bit. It's cut into the wood a little bit. I am going to make changes to that. But the dimples, because I'm associated the dimples with the bracket itself, the dimple will move. Or it'll be not too difficult to move it. And I think there's still more to go. Oh, there's just one more. All right. I don't think I have holes for any of these guys though. So I'm gonna. Oh, I do need a hole for the. No, I'm not dimple holing that. I'm gonna do stud holes for that. I think I have those stud holes already because that's device hole. So I'll check that out in a second. Okay, so now I can take this. Set it equal to this. Okay, I can't do that yet. I can get rid of that. Then, because this dimple is already set to the size I want it to be, I don't want to have multiple dimple sizes around the playfield. I used to do that, and that was confusing when I needed to rechange or reset. Come on. Why are you blue? This is invalid, though. So where are those all being set? Oh, right here. There we go. So that's all those dimples. Let's see what I'm missing. Okay, I do have those as holes. Good. I have all of those as holes. Good. Good. Now let's isolate this. All right. So this is a playfield, obviously. And I'm missing two things still. I'm missing the entry lift ramp over here. Kind of goes up, the little plunger thing. Plunger lane ramp. And then the little ramp over here. And those are both going to have footprints. And they're both going to have uh, mounting points. Now, I was thinking about the plunger ramp or the plunger lane ramp. And I kind of want it to be mounted underneath the playfield, which is atypical, but I think it makes sense in this case. And then I can have a T-nut on the top that the thing screws into that's going to be covered by the flap, which is kind of neat. um, and then that'll have a smooth transition. It'll make it really easy to mount it in and not need to have some weird bends that's kind of a pain in the ass to bend by hand. And likewise, I'll probably do that same style of ramp on this side because I think that'll be kind of neat. So let's exit isolate. So this ramp, this plunger lane, distance between here is from here to here. That's 1 3/16. So 1 1/8 is what I want to make the width of. And then the length is going to be basically from, like, I don't know, here to here. So that's, call it 11 inches, right? So I'm going to make this in a different part. Let's make sure this is set to the correct units. It is. Okay. So if I look at a right side view, or a, what is that? Front view? No, I want a right view. Ramp, I said, was going to be about 11 inches. So from here to here needs to be 11 inches. And I want the height to be 3/4, because it just needs to be high enough so the ball going around the orbit doesn't hit it. And this length here can be 4 inches. So it's a really slopey ramp going up. And this curve here, 1 inch. So now another thing I'm going to add to this. On this section down here, come down, it's going to come across. This needs to come down 1/2 inch. This needs to come across 5/8 inch. I'm gonna add a 1/8 inch curve, or maybe no 1/16 curve, and I'll adjust that once I do the sweep. So this part of the ramp over here that I just drew is going to be underneath the playfield, and it's going to mount from the bottom. Then everything else is going to be on the top, and this, actually, before I forget, actually no, that's going to be a diagonal cut. I need to do that cut later. Then this is going to have a straight down cut that is a place for it to sit. But that's going to be based on the curvature of the whatchamacallit lane, the right orbit. Okay. So now you need to make another sketch. There. And this is where this sweep comes in. That side, front. I'm going to sweep wide. On that point, why do you not want me? This point here be midpoint here. So I said that this was 1 1/4 inch wide. And then as with all of metal, it's 1/16. Now I'll sweep this. Now obviously this tolerance here is wrong. So let's modify this sketch. This should not be equal to that. This is 332. Yeah, 332 because that's on the bottom. That's on the, yeah, something like that. This is not 332. This is 132 because it's on the top. Yeah, I remember my stuff. This also on the top. This is 132. Yeah. Yeah, that has a ever so slight curve right there. Now on the bottom, of course, I don't necessarily want all of this to to be there. Um, because that requires a very large hole. What I'm going to do is from here sketch there, there. I'm then going to do a guideline in the middle. Guideline in the middle. And attach its midpoint to the midpoint of this thing. And I want this to be half an inch. And I'm going to cut this. Up to this vertex. Now, there's one problem with this. It's not aligned right, so I need to also edit this, and I need to align it with. This is going to be a little difficult. I got to align it like that, but now that's not going to cut it properly. See? Come on, front face. So this needs to be for construction. Then I need effectively to extend this down a little bit. You know, just to cover that extra weird slope distance. Linear, and I'll throw in that. Now when I exit, now it's cut properly, and it's also cut. It'll let me fucking come on. Let me grab the rotation that I want to rotate. And now it's also aligned properly with this, I think. I don't think it is actually. Well, that's unfortunate. So I need to do one other thing. I need to hide this. I need to create a sketch on here. It goes from here, here. Now let's use that as the guide instead. Really? You're not gonna... Huh. Alright, well, I'm just gonna have to do my own special cut then. Well, that's pain in the butt. Why is that happening? Alright, so yeah, we have to do my own special cut here. Unfortunately. because I need this to be in line with the actual diagonal. On both sides, otherwise it won't convert to sheet metal properly. Okay, that's that. And this is very easy to know where I need to bend because it's effectively right where this edge is. However, this piece is not easy to know where to bend. I'm going to make it easy by basically putting a little guide right here. Does that look? Okay, it's not going to be a problem. Okay. Doesn't need to be big. 3/16 is fine. Well, not extrude, but extrude cut. Three 332. 1/8 was too much though. 1/8 was too much. 332. Oh, 332 is fine. And so now when I go to align this, I can just kind of put this hole right in my fingers, my bendy fingers, and I'll know exactly where that cut needs to be. So that's that. And I guess the last couple things I need to do, I need to make a hole. Here. And this hole should be 3/16, like all the other holes I do. And this should be 0.25 up. And I can fillet the edges here. Just a little fillet, just so it's not sharp. I'm going to save this as entry ramp. I had an entry ramp already, but it's wrong. So I'm going to use this. So now let's drop the entry ramp in here. And before I do too much, I need to mate assembly onto there. Is that too wide? I thought it needed to be. Oh, it's supposed to be 1 1/8. Oh, okay. I'll change that. That's easy enough to change. Suppose that makes more sense. I want this basically kind of in the middle. Now let's see where this extends to. That extends up there, which is fine. So the whole cut's going to be like across here. I can change that. Oh no, I think that's a good spot for that. Maybe I should extend that a little bit. This down here more. As you see, I can extend this now another 1.5 inches. Fix this. And extend this. .5. Yeah, so now the cut can go across again. Oh, I forgot. I also need to extend other do that. I need to extend. I want to see macros. No, command manager, stay up there. This thing, go away. 3/4 inch, 12.5 inch. Where's the other? One, where is it? Or this needs to be 5.5. Because I extended it. Now I'm also gonna do a sketch. I'm gonna cut it from here to here. Because that's where the edge is. And I'll put a foot in the middle here to allow it to be lifted up. And or should yeah, it needs to be a foot right there. And then this has to get cut to allow for the ball to go through. But before I do any of that, I now need firstly to adjust this because this is too high. I want that to be down a little bit. I want it to be in the playfield by about 1/16 of an inch. So this obviously can't be 1/2 inch. This needs to be 7/16. So now that will sink into the wood a little bit. Right there. But that allows me to cut a proper foothold for it. In ramp footprint. This is going to be 1 3/8. This is going to be 1 5/8. I will center this better in a minute. Actually, I can center it now. Yep. Okay, so that allows that to go in. So now let's add 1/8 fillets around for the tool to be able to cut. Okay. Good. Now device holes. Again, I'll use these two wood border holes as the midpoint for this. I want to have a T-nut. Figure out exactly or roughly where this is. 732. 832. 732. 1464. 15. 4. There we go. And then the top T. Hey, that'll just barely make it. Now I can put a T-nut in the top for this ramp to mount. And then with the ramp flap, it'll cover up T-nut without a problem. Okay, there's one more thing I need to do, actually. And that is device holes. Actually, I need to do this as a post process after this. I can't do device holes. I need to do this here. Component. This needs a hole. This is 0.75 is probably fine. Be a 5/8 is probably fine. Needs to be mounted in the middle. Needs to be 1/8. And this needs to be a cut, cut, through all. This is for the thing to go be able to put in, you know, that little flap. I'll call this ramp mount holes. And that obviously needs to be bigger. So this needs to be 0.75 also. Stop that. Okay, so now that allows for this to fit through and get mounted on the bottom there. So let's also fix the ramp hole a little bit, or the ramp footprint a little bit, because this is not in the right spot for this. Needs to be 332, a little further down. That allows for some of that curve and other metal bit there. And what I'm actually going to do with this T-nut is this cut's going to be a little problematic here. I'm going to change this from being that, being a slot. Oh, but this equal. Okay, and then that changed that, obviously, which is not desired. This needs to be put in the middle here. Do that. I need a center line now. And those T-nuts are lower than that ramp slot, which is not what I want. All right. So this can't be a T-nut. It needs to be part of the ramp holes, or the ramp footprint. Um, Way too much. 3, um, 15. Yeah. Yes, do it. Eighth. needs to be reattached because the previous point it was attached to is now gone. What? Why? Okay. I don't want all these dots all over the place. Unnecessary. Okay, that fixes all of that. That mountable makes that lift up in there. Good. Let's take this and let's carve out where this needs to go. Uh, this needs to be perpendicular. Something here is mated in correctly. I don't want that mated. Okay. And I need to convert these entities. Up to there. Over to there. Across there. This length here, 3.25. Good enough. There's extrude cut. This is 0.25. Is that what it is? A quarter inch? No. It is half an inch. Yeah. So half an inch. Half an inch. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. What's the actual height? Again, there's like a minimum height tolerance for this. 5/8. 5/8 is fine. Because I believe it's 9/16 is midpoint. Let me do some math and figure this out. So 1/16 plus 1 divided by 2. It's a little under half. Yeah, so 5/8 is fine. Really, I probably want it to be 11/16, to be honest. So I might adjust this ramp so it's 11/16. Means this needs to go not 1/2, but it needs to go 7/16. Actually, that looks like it's still fine. Nope. Okay. So I will raise this ramp up by 1/16 of an inch. Which is quite simply done by adjusting the sketch. because that 3/4 inch did not account for some other finagling. So 3/4 is 12/16, so 13/16. Just up a little bit more. That makes sure that that's up and out of the way, so that ramp's fine now. Now you might be wondering, what about over here? Because this is not quite high enough now. So what I can do is I can just increase the height of this section of the side rail. I'm not really concerned about this section, to be honest. But I do want to adjust this. One in 70. This is going to be construction, and then I'll add that in there. And this will be 1 inch. That trims that down. Now, if I really want it to be stickler, which I do, I think I'm going to cut it down to here. That way, that has a spot. And then this side of the lift ramp can have like a wall that comes up on it. A little simple bend wall. So I am going to do that. This, let's make this not for construction anymore. Let's make this 3. Why are you complaining? And that also means that you can see there's a hole like right over here. This hole needs to move down a little bit because that will split the wood, because that is one of the bottom through holes. I kind of figured this needs to pull down a little bit more. Okay, so that'll be fine. Leave it here. And I'm going to trim that wood down just a little bit more. 3 and 1/16, just to clear the foot a little bit better. So now this side is going to bend up. But this, I can go back into the individual part itself again, manipulate some of these things because it's just easier in here. Okay, so in here, create a sketch. Sketch is going to start from here, go to here, over, up. It's going to be 1/8. This from here to here is going to be 15. This from here to here is going to be 15. Extrude to surface. This is going to be the wall, and I'm going to do this wall like I did the other things by manually making the square thing and then adding the curves. So now in here, this is going to be 16th inch wide. And this is going to go 0.75. No, I didn't want to cut it. 0.75. And the fillet 132. And the other fillet is 332, just like usual. And then I'm going to extend this out a little bit. We're kind of above the thing, the wood border a bit here. No, I don't think I need to do that. I don't think I need to do that. Okay, what I am also going to do on the bottom, so sketch. This needs to come across here. And this needs to be 1/8 inch wide. 1/8 inch. Yep. And this is also going to mate down to here. And I'm going to trim this little section. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. This is going to be a 1/16 of an inch here. And I'm going to use that as the trim guide. Okay. No, I'm sorry again. This needs to be 1/16, not 1/8. Yeah, that's what I want. So how is this over here going to work? So this I'm going to have to Mickey Mouse in a minute to figure out exactly how that works, I think. Okay, and then this, here's extrude this. The top. Yeah, I think it needs to be 3/4 inch. Now, obviously, that can't work. So I'm going to make another sketch and I'm going to trim out all the pieces that don't make sense for the bend. Specifically, you know, this. And now somehow something up here. I guess is going to be like this piece here, which is a little weird, right? But it is what it is. And this, or 1/8. Sure. Um, no, that needs to be vertical with this. I'm sorry, that needs to be vertical. Let's make this 332. And that's 132 of a curl. Through cut. Through all this one. Okay, so now in theory, if I do a 132 here, I shouldn't have okay, that just kisses that there. That's fine there. So I can probably extend that down a little bit more. So there's that one, and then the 332 is fine on the other side. And the 332's, yeah, 332 is fine. Yeah, all right, so there's that. Interesting little bent piece of metal, right? This will prevent the ball from falling in to where I don't want it to in the playfield. And this sits right over where the guide. Now this is going to be trimmed out a little bit. It's not going to be this whole piece. It doesn't need to be. But I'll do that back on the playfield so I know where I need to trim it out. Okay, you can see how this lines up here. I guess I need to trim this a little bit more, but that's fine. This can be all the way down there. It can't be all the way at the top, though. So let's zoom in over here for a minute. So this part of it needs to be floating a little bit, which is fine. And I want a minimum of like 1/16 of an inch there, minimum. This is perpendicular with that. Down to there. What's an even number around here? So 1 inch? No. 1 1/8? Yeah. I'm going to cut straight down through that. So there, I mean, there's this little floating flap here a little bit, but that's not going to be a big deal. And this is going to turn into a 1 mount point, I think. Or what I could do, if I pull this down more, I could have another just little small bend. But either way, I need to adjust this cut here, now that I know exactly where this thing's going to be. Three and 9/16. 3 and 5/8. Okay. That gives space for that to be up and over there. So that's a ramp bracket. Now, what some games do is they take this piece of metal here and they extend it forward because they have this whole. I have this whole cut here that can bend across, help guide the ball, and I might just do that because then I can have this raise up and come across a little bit. I mean I might do that. I'm not convinced I want to yet because that involves putting a screw into the side of this board here, and I'm not a big fan of that. I almost rather trim in here a little bit and then have like this bent piece on this other side as well, so it's bent on both sides to guide the ball where I want it to go. That wouldn't necessarily. I don't know. I'm not too concerned about it. Or another thing, I could just cut this in a little bit and move this rail in just a tickle. But that will conflict with this thing now, I think. Well, no, that's below, and the screws wouldn't have a problem with that. Maybe that's the solution. Either way, this is good enough for now. All right, it's past midnight. It's been another, what, 4 hours of this? So I think I'm going to sign off in a moment. So the last thing I need to do before I really cut the playfield is this slot here. But I think I can still cut the playfield as it is, because the ramps are defined where they need to be. The mounting holes for the ramps are defined where they need to be. And all the guides are defined where they need to be. I can probably cut the playfield, honestly. Because this will be just the first of either 2 or 3 whitewoods for this thing. First one, of course, being the roughest. Yeah, see how that footprint looks here? That same footprint's going to be over here, basically. So, tomorrow evening at 9 o'clock, I'll export this thing and I'll prepare it for CNC, and I'll do a CNC on Thursday. Cut it out. I have the flippers and things on the way. I don't have all the posts. I totally forgot to buy the posts. The standoffs, I mean. 1 5/8 or 1 3/8 standoffs. But I can get around that. I can figure something out. If anything, I'll 3D print 1 5/8, or I'm sorry, 1 3/8 posts to just kind of twist in and screw something in. So because I do have the models here, and it'll take like 3 hours of 3D printing. I'll start it on Saturday and then it'll be ready on Sunday. That's not that big of a deal. And again, for prototyping, who cares? But yeah, this is what the playfield looks like so far, with all the cut holes and everything. So yep. All right. I hope everybody enjoyed it. Enjoyed watching this. It was another long stream. It seems like it's gonna be 4 hour streams when I do these things, give or take. Next one again, it's only gonna be preparing the playfield for cutting. Maybe I'll make the one other ramp. I can't foresee it being 4 hours tomorrow. It's 2 hours at most to get that ready. If I want to get the ramps prepared too, maybe it'll be another 4 hour stream. Who knows? But all right. Have a good night, everybody, and I will see you tomorrow night. God damn it! Stop twisting. See y'all tomorrow night.